Alright, today, second part of the series. Fresh character to level 100 pit. Let's see how it goes. I hope I can do level 100, but I don't think it should be a huge issue. Since we got all these beautiful elixirs here. I kind of gave up on the nightmare dungeons. It's just too annoying without movement speed and teleport cooldown reduction. So we're just gonna continue with Helltides till level 100. It just seems to be the best. Oh, that was fast. Didn't even kill the Blood Maiden. Why did I get the bonus? That's weird. Wait. Let's do this real quick here. So I think really like this is still the best method to leveling, even though like the threat meter in Helltides doesn't really go up that fast while you're doing this event. Like if you roam, it really goes much faster. Already started. Let's turn in. Like, it's so annoying that you have to move there to turn it in. They should just make it, like, turn in from wherever. Like, really super annoying that you have to teleport away, open this horrible map overlay, teleport there, walk there, turn in, and then go back. Like, I just feel like it's, like, so much of a hassle. These whispers give decent XP, though. So I don't know how long it takes to level 100. I don't think you have to really do level 100. I think you can also get away with like level 90 or something like that. You just need like to start the pit. Because pit starts at level 100 and it's really not a huge deal. Just playing the pit, even if you're like level 70 or so. Because masterworking your boots basically really helps. But I want to farm some Asus boots before I do that, because I really want to be efficient in this run. Because I really want to test this out also for the next season. Which is pretty much going to be the same. Like, there's no way you're gonna do like the Infernal Horde story in season. Like, that's not gonna be like a leveling strategy, most likely. Oh, double greater affix here. Also, you're gonna need like the materials from Helltide anyway, so I just feel like, you know, if you have to do the activities anyway, right? So you have to do the Nightmare Dungeons at some point, you have to do the Helltides at some point, and I don't really see like the reason of yeah, if I do Nightmare Dungeons at level 100, I'm not gonna get XP doing that. Alright, I get that. And you know what? Nightmare Dungeons might even be the strongest XP. But it also takes forever to do Nightmare Dungeons if you don't have like a proper speedrunning build. And I just say, you know, if I have to do the Nightmare Dungeons anyway, and, you know, the worst thing is doing the Nightmare Dungeons, I might as well just do it when I'm fully leveled, and when I can just speed through them as fast as possible. Like, nobody cares about the XP, really. Like, this is not a race to level 100, this is a race to pit tier 100, or basically I wanna see how long it takes to actually beat pit tier 100. And I already see, you know, I see the race to tier 100 is like pretty much so irrelevant right now, if you ask me. Just, like, who cares if it takes like 6 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours? Like, it literally doesn't matter. So you might as well play the content which is most enjoyable at your current level, instead of, you know, going very slow on Nightmare Dungeons and just having a terrible experience overall, but, you know, become, like, once you're level 100, you have your glyphs, like, halfway leveled up, but you had to, like, do the Nightmare Dungeons. I really don't see, like, that being a good thing. They should just remove the goddamn glyphs, really, like, just make glyphs, remove the glyph XP system, just make them level 100, level 21, call it a day, so nobody has to play Nightmare Dungeons anymore. Because you still can play Nightmare Dungeons if you want to farm rune shards later for the pit. But I just feel like Nightmare Dungeons, if you don't speedrun them, it's just gonna be like the most horrible experience you're gonna have. So, really don't like that. What was I gonna do? There's another thing here. Wait, can I click it? No. Where's the one? Anyway. Come on, guys, I just wanna walk to town real quick. Nope. Not happening. I don't even know why I'm picking up all that gear, but I guess I want to have materials and I want to, you know, when I make a build, I would just want to look through all the items. I know the loading screens are long again, I hate it. I feel like there's like just so many random lags lately. Like sometimes these loading screens just take forever and, you know, it's just ridiculous. And I don't even know why. Like, just happens sometimes. And it's stupid because the game is like running perfectly if you're like in Helltide, but then all of a sudden you get like this loading screen of doom. Now I'm probably missing the Blood Maiden. But anyway, I'm still not like really sure if the Blood Maiden is going to be most efficient or not. Because the threat, it really barely builds up while doing the Blood Maiden. And if you just go like, you know, find the mobs yourself, like you get way much more of the threat here. I don't know why it is that way. whispers do have? So you basically have to farm like the cinders and then do the entire Helltide, then move to the other area. Let it go. Oh wow. That was stupid, but it doesn't even matter. These Blood Maidens sometimes does like crazy damage. If there's like so many players around and they don't deal any damage, it's like really annoying. That way it's getting like inefficient, right? Like right now, like it doesn't make sense to do the Blood Maiden at all because there's like literally no players which do damage. So it just takes forever to do it. So you might as well just, you know, go somewhere else. Just farm your thread and, you know, do it the regular way. I don't know. If you just, you know, ignore that other classes exist, like Sorc builds are still pretty fun, I would say. But yeah, this season is just like the seasonal, the whole pit pushing story with the immortality is just like not a really enjoyable experience overall, I feel like. But you know, I still have hopes for some Sorc buffs. It's probably not gonna happen, but you know, you never know. Wait, does the mind cage go away if you die? Seems like, right? Or it was just out of... How can the mind cage go out of the buff bar? Should be there at first. Well, 100 is relaxed to farm with Sorc, with like certain builds, I would say. But yeah, like going like anywhere past is like stupid. But right now you don't really have an incentive to push like a pit high anyway, right? You're not gonna get any more materials. You're not gonna get an achievement. There's no leaderboards. So, you know, I'm just trying to not play all that much. Because just like the depths of the game is just not there at the moment. So I assume like Season 5 will be just a filler until the expansion comes. And then, you know, they might give some meaningful stuff to do in the expansion. Maybe. But you know, my hopes are anyway for like PoE 2 beta. Like beta, that might be amazing. Maybe this game just needs another year. I would assume this game needs probably the next expansion to get viable. I don't really feel like it is viable at this point. I mean, it's kind of fun, but, you know... If I would be playing PoE, I would probably be much happier. So, thanks. So... what I'm gonna do next season is I'm probably gonna start with Sorc and then I'm gonna make a farming class. Right? So unless they really fix Sorc, which I highly doubt they're gonna do, I will probably just make a whirlwind barb to farm my materials. And like I saw this video of Rob today, like which completely ridiculous, like tier 101 pit in 54 seconds. Like, that was completely out of control. I would be like, whoa. Like, you know, like 1 minute, 30 seconds, what, 2 minutes is even good, and like literally 54 seconds with Whirlwind. Like, that is just out of control. And you don't even need like super crazy gear, right? If you just have like medium gear, you're probably not gonna get it done in like 54 seconds, but you're still gonna be probably like somewhere around 90 seconds or something like that. And right now, I guess the fastest sword clear, you can get like a minute and 20 seconds or something like that. But you need really good gear for that. That will probably change with the lightning spear. Don't get me wrong. Like next season, we have the lightning spear, which is very, very good for speed farming. So we might have like a very, very good speed farming build. But it's definitely not going to scale into like any kind of pushing. But, I mean, since leveling is so fast, right? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, why, like, if Sorc is at the bottom, why would I farm materials with Sorc if it's just plain garbage? If I can just make a barb, which takes me, like, a day to finish the barb in season, and, you know, just farm with the barb. Like, I don't even need to use my brain, right? I can't die, I can't face tank everything. Obviously, it's a little bit more expensive to masterwork the barb because you have to masterwork all the weapons, yeah. But still, I feel like it's a little sad. But it has been going on with Sorc since season 2. Like, I don't know why they kept nerfing Sorc instead of Incinerate. Like, the only thing they kept buffing Incinerate. Look at this guy. And, besides that, we literally like got nerfed. Like nerf. For what reason? I don't get it. Frozen Orb was even fun, and so I basically played 1 day of PTR, and I was very, very well excited that there was like a lucky hit temper, conjuration lucky hit temper. No, not conjuration. Yes, actually, conjuration lucky hit temper. And I really was thinking, you know, the Frozen Orbit with Lucky Hit isn't all that terrible, right? So Lucky Hit actually, like on Ice Blades and Hydras, it really does something. But the rolls are just too low, man. It starts at 6%. My assumption was it would be like, you know, 15% or something like that on the Lucky Hit rolls on the PDR. But 6% is like literally nothing. Like, you can probably get like, if you 50% extra lucky hit or something like that, and that's just not gonna cut it. Like, if you want to make Frozen Orb viable via lucky hit from your conjurations, you will probably need somewhere around an extra 200% lucky hit or so to make the build fun. And then also there's a bug, by the way. So what I'm doing right now is I'm getting all sorcerers breakpoints. While checking the Hydra attack speed breakpoints, it seems like there's a bug right now. Hydras don't seem to benefit from attack speed at all right now. And that is obviously gonna completely kill the Hydra build for next season. I still have to figure it out, but you know, I basically had the same amount of attacks between 0 and 100% attack speed. My Hydras ended up doing exactly the same amount of attacks per like 10 seconds. And even though they are like a little bit random, right? Sometimes they pause shooting for like a little bit and then continue. It was just too much of a coincidence there. So it seems like Hydra attack speed is right now bugged and not working at all. But I have to check that out. Probably this weekend I'm gonna make a separate video on that. But yeah, most likely the Hydra build is pretty much dead already. Not sure if it's dead, but you know, I couldn't really figure out the Hydra build. Also, there's like a weird interaction with burning damage. Also, I didn't check that out, but you know, since Hydra does 100% extra burning damage now, my assumption was if you know, put everything into crit damage, right, and the Hydra crits for 1,000,000, then the burning damage would match that amount. But it doesn't seem to be like that. It seems like only the base damage of the Hydra gets added as burning damage. So it doesn't really scale that much. Which I still have to figure out also, but I feel like just the Hydra build is just not working at all. I don't really like the whole Spirit spawns thing. I don't know. I don't really like the design. I don't think I will like that class, but you know. Even though I played Witch Doctor in D3. But man, I wanted to have Paladin. Like, nobody wants this goddamn Spiritborn. Everybody wants fucking Paladin. And what we get? Spiritborn. I absolutely hate it. I want to have a fucking Hammerden. Like, just give me that. I don't want like a stuff wielding whatever nature affinity thing. Just go away with that. This event is... I think they nerfed this event. This event used to spawn like so many mobs. Like kind of weird. Why doesn't it end? Hello? Oh really? The remaining enemy is outside? Okay. But yeah, I really hope the expansion is gonna be good. I don't expect it. But I guess, you know, if you play this game, having low expectation is just like the best thing you can do. Like, low expectations are... You know... High expectations didn't work. Like, we checked it out with the high expectations. And you always get disappointed. But low expectations work very, very good for this game. I mean, the boss resummoning is one of the best things. I feel like for the next season, it is by far the most important. Like, I don't care about even the balance changes. I don't even care about the infernal hordes and whatever. Like, the resummoning of the bosses, that is so important, because that makes farming materials and items so much more easy. Like, even you still have to go to goddamn Discord and get yourself the goddamn group to farm the bosses, yes. Unless you have a crap ton of materials and don't care, then you can farm them yourself, obviously. But still, you get the group, like, there's no stupid resetting and everything. You just keep resummoning the boss. And it just goes, like... I would assume, like, farming the bosses goes, like, 15 to 20 times faster than before. That is really, really important. I mean, it should have been in the game from the very beginning, obviously. Yeah, and they need a goddamn marketplace. That is what they have to add. I know it's I mean, maybe, you know, expansion is going to be a big surprise and there's going to be like a marketplace or an auction house or however you want to call it. But that is just required. I can't stand this Diablo.trade site. And you know what stupid is? Like, usually, right? Somebody would make a good website to make just money with that. But nobody is doing it because we know Blizzard is gonna bring this auction house at some point. Everybody knows they're gonna release that. You just don't know when. So nobody will make a better trading website because, you know, first of all, there is already one to compete with. So you have to put in, like, a lot of resources to, you know, take over. Yes, you're going to make a little bit of money. But then, you know, maybe, you know, a year down the road or whatever, like, Blizzard is going to release own trading. And then your site is, like, busted, basically. Like, it worked fine in PoE because PoE.trade was, like, existing for, like, you know, years and years and years. And nobody made, like, a website trying to compete even then. But I just want to have that in-game, man. I don't want to do this whole friend list, add to friend, invite to party, trade, put the gold in the window, then having the guy, oh, I'm on PlayStation, you know, I have to wait 15 minutes until I have all my gold in. I just don't want to have that shit. It's like extremely annoying. So what it does is you limit your trading to the absolute minimum instead of actually say, you know, I would buy like a couple of items every day, and I would sell a lot of items if there would be trading. But because trading is so shitty, I reduce it to the absolute minimum. And I feel like it's hurting the game so much that there's no inbuilt trading. That is, I don't think they even imagine how like important it is. Like every game of this kind has trading. And I mean, I don't know how it took like a while until they added trading into Path of Exile. It took a good while. I don't know how long, but it took probably like 4 or 5 years or even more. But still, they did it. And, you know, at the very beginning, they said, no, we're never going to add trading. We don't want that, blah, 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 blah. And then in the end, you know, they added it. So they have to add goddamn trading. And, you know, that is the biggest surprise they can give me for the expansion. Just add trading. I will be freaking out. And RNT happens anyway. Like, it doesn't matter if they add trading or not. Like, it's not gonna hurt or give you more real money transactions. You know, it's probably slightly gonna increase real money. But, you know, who cares, honestly? Like, bots are like, bots doing real money are a very good stream of income for Blizzard. And they're also good for numbers. And, I mean, they have been doing that in World of Warcraft for, like, forever. Like, the bots are always part of World of Warcraft. And they could ban the bots every week, but they just don't do it. Because, you know what? They buy new accounts. It's a very constant stream of revenue, the World of Warcraft bots. And they keep banning them, like, every 2 or 3 months or something like that. So everybody in the end is happy. Like, Blizzard is happy because they sell new boxes for World of Warcraft. The botters are happy because they make a decent amount of money. And you know what? The guys who are buying the gold are also happy because they don't have to farm the gold. So in the end, really everybody is happy. And that's why I don't think it's a bad thing to add trading into the game, even if it will encourage more botting and real money transactions. Because I feel like bots in D4 don't really hurt the economy so much. Yes, everything gets ridiculously more expensive, but also, you know, if you find a good item, you can sell it for a very big amount. So yes, the gold you literally collect on the ground is worthless due to botting, but the real valuable stuff is the items you sell anyway. If you had trading in-game. Without trading in-game, obviously, like a lot of people will not trade or don't even have access to trade, right? The casual dad is not going to go on Diablo.trade and do some sketchy trading. So it really just hurts the casual players that trading is not unlocked. And also the casual player is probably not even going to be the one which buys the gold. But I also feel like, you know, if I would be like a very casual player, you know, what's wrong about spending $50 to buy some gold to boost like your... Like if you spend $50 on buying gold, you can probably save yourself 50 hours of farming or something like that, right? So the value is actually pretty high. And I guess it's just like a matter of, you know, would I do it? Would I not do it? Like, do I think it's a bad or a good thing? But honestly, if you just want to have fun playing a game and you cannot invest like all the hours, like what's wrong about, you know, buying a little bit of gold on freaking eBay? Like, I absolutely have no problem with that. Like, I guess you just don't, like, it's something different. Like, if you obviously spend like 50 grand on like Diablo Immortal, that's obviously pay to win, right? But, you know, boosting your gameplay experience with a little bit of extra gold infusion, like, I really feel like there's nothing wrong about that. But it is, like, it depends, obviously, like. But what I want to say is I don't think like real money transactions hurt the games in a very, very bad way, unless they literally destroy the economy. Like, for example, in games like World of Warcraft, they don't even destroy the economy. because there's WoW tokens where you can buy your game time with gold, and the gold naturally gets out of the game again. In Diablo, like, yeah, a lot of gold gets removed through the crafting system, but definitely not enough for endgame. I feel like the gold prices should scale with the time the season runs. Like, the gold price should maybe, you know, every day the gold prices could increase by 1% or something like that. It would be a good measure to, you know, counter, like, this whole real money transaction story. Keep, like, the gold prices lower. But, yeah, in the end, like, it's not gonna hurt if they add trading. That's like the whole story. Like, it's never gonna hurt adding trading. And that would really be the biggest thing. It also makes farming so much easier. And they should also enable materials to be traded. Like the rune shards, for example. Why can't I trade rune shards? If I don't want to farm Helltides, why can't I just farm something else and trade in for my rune shards? I don't see, like, anybody being hurt by that. But I mean, obviously, you like, it is not like, if you spend like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on like gold, it's obviously not a good thing. Like, I'm just talking about, you know, giving yourself a temporary boost, like, or a little boost once in a while. I don't think it's naturally a bad thing, because usually, like, Blizzard would sell the gold themselves, right? But they don't do it in this game, because then they would be like, yeah, that's pay to win, whatever. But I mean, they used to sell the gold themselves. Is it pay to win? Yeah, it probably is. I mean, in World of Warcraft they sell the gold, but the World of Warcraft has just so much more of a stable economy that it actually doesn't hurt the game that Blizzard actually sells the gold. So the real money gold prices basically get adjusted to the price of the WoW token, where Blizzard sells it themselves. So it really works out in that game. And I think it wouldn't work out in this game here, because you just need so much gold, man. Like, if you really want to buy your gold to make progress, like, you have to spend so much money if you want to buy your gold from Blizzard. It's just gonna be stupid. I have to get new potions. I would do them after the Helltide. But yeah, that's the one thing which will surprise me if they add trading. I don't think they're gonna add armory. I really don't see them doing that. I don't know for what reason, but I feel like it's not so difficult to program a goddamn armory, but, you know, for some reason it seems to be very difficult for them. Because they even have the UI already. They have the UI for the transmogs. They can just recycle the same UI and make it an armory. They just gotta code, like, a little bit of item switching and, you know, doing the Paragon boards. But, you know, how difficult can that be? This bugged? Looks like, right? Oh no, the boss is there. Interesting. So that's why I'm just thinking on season 5 is gonna be a bad season. Like, overall, I think people are gonna complain a lot, but there's gonna be the little positives, like the boss resummoning, which will keep people in the season. But overall, I think it's gonna be a very, very unsuccessful season. Also, don't think they're gonna even add a seasonal theme. I think they're just gonna add the Infernal Hordes. And maybe they're gonna add some extra items or aspects dropping there or something like that. But I don't think we're gonna have any kind of seasonal mechanic overall. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but what you're gonna do, right? Okay, so I have no elixirs. I want to finish this Helltide real quick here. Blizzard is really okay for farming early Helltides, I would say. It's not that great, but it's okay. Could definitely go faster with teleport enchant and all that stuff. Also, like, the pickup radius of the pet is, like, fairly large, but I still hate it. They should just, you know, add the goddamn cinders. Like, what's the point of having a pet picking it up? It's just so annoying. It should just be auto-picked up. Same with, like, the Infernal Hordes, like, Isas or Acers or whatever they're called. Why the hell do I have to pick them up? Like, I don't want to pick them up. Just give me them. Blizzard is like obsessed with making people forced into picking something up. Are you going to add the Andariel? What do you mean by add the Andariel? Like the helmet? So I wanted to try, so here's why I'm making a Blizzard build. First of all, I want to switch to the season so I get my can get my transmogs. I wanted to see if I can make some kind of a life leech build. Either with life on hit or with Andariels. I just want to see if I can build anything tanky, basically, because we, you know, next season we're not going to have anything anymore, right? We have no ice armor and we have no flame shield. So next season, the only way is building some kind of tanky. And naturally, Sorg will not be tanky, so the only way is basically trying through Life Leech, I would assume. Unless you want to play like Melted Heart or stuff like that, but you know, you're just not gonna do any damage, so why even like think about doing that? So I wanted to try if I can make Blizzard somewhat tanky to get to like a pit tier 115 or something like that. And the problem with the Andariels is it is bugged. So the higher the monster level, the lower the leech. And at the very end, it basically doesn't really leech at all. Like, the leech goes, like, pretty much down to nothing. Okay, so I have 800. Maybe I should not get distracted here. But I really like this Helltide density. If they would make the mine cages stack, that would be so awesome. If I could make this like a level 150 Helltide or something like that. Where's my my Hellborns? Oh, there he is. Auto sell and auto salvage, yeah, that would be awesome, right? But you know, remember Blizzard has a plan for the yellows. They said they have a plan for the yellows. I'm pretty sure their plan is to sell like a pet, which auto salvage this premium pet. But they can't do that, man. The shitstorm for pay to win will be too extreme. Actually. What, who killed this? Also the obols, like why on hell is it just 2.5k? Just make it stack to like 100k, like Like, who really cares? I don't understand this whole point. Like, limiting the stack sizes of everything. Like, why are you doing it? It just forces, like, going to town, going back. Nobody wants to do it. And it's really just so simple number fixes. Just change the goddamn limit. Hate it. So, right now, rather than, you know, going to town and spending my obols, I'm just, you know, gonna continue and leave them on the ground. Because I really, really don't want to go now, because I only have 8 minutes left to finish this Helltide. And I feel like systems like that are not really very good, very enjoyable. Because I would really like to pick them up, don't get me wrong. Yeah, the problem would go away for sure. They should just not drop it at all. Like, if there's no reason to ever use a rare item, right? Why drop it? Just drop it as shards. Just drop it as materials. Like, it absolutely makes no sense to drop these rare items. And, you know, they really just have to change, like, the loot tables, right? It is not so goddamn difficult, right? Just, like, a little junior developer just has to go in the code and, you know, change the goddamn loot table instead of, you know, making random rare item, just put, like, you know, whatever the shards are called. Yellow shards. Like, it's not like it's a problem to change it. And I don't get why they don't do it. Because there's absolutely no reason dropping these yellow items. It's even gonna, like, you know, put way more, like, Lord on their servers and stuff like that. They have to generate all these yellow items. So, why? Just drop it as shards. Or crystals, or whatever these are called. I don't even remember. Veiled crystals, right? Just drop it as crystals. And these things are, like, just not understandable to me. Because it's just so... It's just very, very simple fixes. Like, and nobody can argument that it's, like, you know, hard to implement that. You know, they have a loot table and a monster drops something. And they literally just have to change this goddamn loot table. That's probably, like, 10 minutes work to change the loot table itself. And... like, I would understand it if there would be any reason for any player ever, like in World Tier 4, wanting to pick up a yellow item for whatever reason. But there is none. Like, there's no way any player ever wants to pick up a yellow item in World Tier 3 and above. Absolutely no reason. Okay, good. Oh, we go there. And look, in Diablo 3 they added the auto salvage pet. And I don't even know why they did that. They could have just did the same thing, just drop it as, you know, materials. But there was probably, like, some kind of reason why they did that. But in D4, I mean, there's other mobs which have crystals on their drop table, right? So you see the elites drop veil crystals anyway. So there must be an option to put the veil crystals in the drop table. So you cannot tell me, like, that it's any kind of difficult to do that. Because you literally just have to change the loot table. I think not even... First of all, I think they should give the yellows the three stats back. Because there's really no reason to not have them 3 stats. Because you know what? If you're going to pick up legendaries, you're going to pick up legendaries. If you're going to pick up rares, you're going to pick up rares. Like, in the end game, it wouldn't make any difference, right? If they would be yellow or legendary, it's, like, literally no difference. Because you're going to put the aspect on it anyway. So I feel like, first of all, you're, like, removing this one stat from yellows, which makes them unusable. But then you don't give the yellows, like, any kind of... reason to even exist. It's, like, super, super weird, if you ask me. Like, If they would do it like in D2, for example, like the blue items in D2 can roll higher stats, for example, right? So why wouldn't they do something like, you know, on a yellow item, the stats, you only have 2 stats, yes, but they can roll 30% higher. Right? And then it actually becomes interesting. Do I want to have that amulet with 30% extra cooldown reduction? And do I want to give up a stat for that? Yes or no? And then you would give the yellow item at least a reason to exist. Probably even a valid reason to exist. But right now, they really have no reason for existing. Yeah, and whites and blues anyway, like that is same story, right? They shouldn't even exist. But the whites and blues are kind of, I think they only drop from chests, they don't drop from mobs. So it's probably like some kind of a bug again. Just picking these up because I'm going to town after this Helltide anyway. Okay, let's speed this up. I only have 2 minutes. But maybe that's something they change for the next season, who knows? But I don't think that they would have changed it on the PTR already. Okay, do we still have a chest which we can reach? This one here. Also, they should just persist the cinders. Like, there's no reason for losing the cinders after one Helltide. I don't really understand why. It's like super annoying, if you ask me. Like, why do I have to rush, like, to get every single chest now? Because otherwise I'm gonna lose my cinders. It's just, again, like, putting something on me which is completely unnecessary. Just make them persist. Oh, I actually pressed the wrong button. What? Really? It just dismounted me? Oh. I'm losing all my cinders for like absolutely no reason. But that's how it goes. Right, so now let's go through the gear. Oh, I found a Tarasha ring there. Nice. Maybe it's gonna be a good one even. Look at that, not bad, actually. Resource generation greater, FX 7. This is like a pretty dope ring. When do I want to change? One year, right? Right, so let's see. At least I'm dropping 925 by now. Okay, let's get rid of this. Gamble some. What do we even gamble? If I gamble something right now, it's not going to be 925, right? Yeah. So let's go amulets. Okay. I could probably go pit now, but I wonder if I want to go more Helltides at this point still. I'm gonna check my gear, how good it is. Do I have int somewhere? I mean, I got like a good amount of rune shots, I guess, at this point. 228. Yeah, it's not enough for pits yet. We gotta do another Helltide, I guess. So I gotta go through gear here. Right, let's do this quick. Start with rings. Right, this is a good one. Keep greater affixes. I think it's even not worth at this point to keep the normal ones, honestly. Just gonna scrap them. It's gonna take longer than farming for greater affix gear to even look at these, honestly. I think I should just scrap everything which doesn't have greater affixes already. Which is kind of stupid because I'm not even like late in the game. But it is like it is. You need the aspects and stuff like that. For wands, I usually keep a lot of them. Because, well, actually I'm playing Blizzard, right? Do I wanna go for wand and focus? Probably. So I usually keep more of them because it takes like... You usually brick a lot of those. So I basically keep all of them which have intelligence and a good damage stat usually. So like these ones, for example, I would keep. This one also I would keep. Because I just, you know, I just want to have some which I can brick later on. And I mean, I don't need so many of these. Actually, they are like so common here. Life on hit I want to keep. Vulnerable maybe, but even I don't really need vulnerable. I rather need crit. Crit is probably good. I guess I don't even need to keep so many of these. Oh, this is 909.
Don't ruin all that work.
Go for stuff. Stuff is really what I'm using primarily at this point. So I want to keep some with crit damage. This is like so stupid. Life on hit, I want to keep 1 or 2 maybe. Crit damage, another crit damage. Whatever. Good. This just really takes like so long to go through like all these amulets and all these items. I guess that's what you have to do at the very beginning. Like you don't want to throw everything out by not looking at it. God, I hate this. This pie, I don't care. Alright. It was fast. Boots, I don't even care about boots at this point. I'm not even gonna look at them because I'm gonna play my Asus anyway. So I might keep like, you know, some with a greater affix, but the other ones I'm just gonna scrap right away. This one I'm gonna keep. The rest I'm just gonna junk.
I can fix it.
Alright, keep this. So what do I have? Hands are pretty easy, right? Okay, so I have none good. I'm not even gonna look at it, honestly. Just gonna throw them away. I feel like really settling for like non-greater affix armor pieces at this point is just useless. Maybe like defensive skills is very good on armor pieces. So you could potentially keep some with defensive skills and also keep mana per second. Like these are usually useful in some kind of scenarios later. Not sure if I will need them, but you know, I'm just gonna keep them for now. Life per second I'm not gonna keep. Discount. Because it's little the odds on rolling mana per second are, I mean, they're okay, but they're not the best. Okay, so what's left? Gloves. What? Why doesn't my filter work anymore? Okay.
Greetings.
Just takes so long to clear stash. It's ridiculous. Okay, so let's look at the greater ones. Int armor. I'm not gonna use that anyway. Lucky hit. I'm not gonna use that. Not gonna use that. That one I'm gonna use. Care about that one honestly, but I still might use it. Crit damage. It's also okay, but the rest of the stats is garbage. So I have no good gloves. Let's keep some maybe. What do I actually have? Mine are actually already alright. Attack speed and crit would be good, I guess. See if I have any of those. Keep. Nope, nope, nope. Alright. And that should be it, right? Focus. Focus and helm. Focus. What is this? Greater collection of rings? What do we have here? Greater FX crit. This is like a nice one. Then we have this, well, life on hit crit is also not too bad. Cooldown reduction. So you want to keep like focuses with cooldown reduction and at least one good stat. Because rolling cooldown reduction is just ridiculous. Wait, was that actually not 925? But these are not.
Forge is always
Right, last one, helmets. I don't even know what kind of helmet I would wear in a Blizzard build. I guess just cooldown reduction, life, and intelligence. I don't really see needing anything else. 5 mana per second. It's not too bad, I guess. So do we have any cooldown reduction? I'm just looking for cooldown reduction. I hate that you can't search in the inventory. Conjuration skills. I don't need that. Cooldown reduction. Lucky hit life per second. Thank you. It's like cooldown reduction is like so goddamn rare. All right. Wonderful. Now let's go to an alchemist, do some elixirs, and then go back to Helltide. So what am I gonna do now is I'm still gonna pick up the items. But I'm gonna scrap them immediately.
An exquisite concoction.
Right, so we go for this, and let's go back. But this takes forever. Like, going through items still takes, like, way, way, way too long in this game. That is, like, a real issue. Even though with the new loot, it's still... It takes too long. Oh, my attack speed is dog shit because I changed for Russia and I don't have Ancient Flame anymore. I gotta change that real quick. I was just wondering why I have no attack speed. So I'm just gonna wait for the boss to spawn here real quick. I want to fight these disciples. Right, let me just change this aspect real quick here. So we're gonna make this well Helltide and then I'm gonna go to pits. I need Ancient Flame on somewhere. Where's the goddamn guy? Okay, where can I put it on? It's annoying. I can only put it on the resource generation ring. But I don't think I need it. Let's see. We shall see. Do I have mana per second on somewhere? Nope. Okay, so my mana rack is gonna be dog shit. Should still be alright. I don't really need to spam blizzards. I just need to drop blizzards, like, you know, efficiently enough. Let's see if I can do it without. Otherwise, I have to change to wand and focus basically to free up the aspect here. Which is also not going to be a huge issue. Okay, I'm literally running out of mana. I have to change it. So I have to... I would just put some mana per second gear on. Which is like very, very strong in the early game. Mana per second is like... extremely potent stat. Let's just do this. This is really annoying. So I really highly recommend getting the mana per second items as fast as possible. Let's go for mana per second. Any greater ones? Let's that looks good, right? Just take a random chest piece. And the random helmet. Just enchant them real quick. Maximum resources, alright. Can do that. So I have the armor. What did I had on there? The same. Probably alright, actually. Snow belt. Nobody really cares about this stuff, really. Maybe I should change to wand and focus and have one extra aspect. But I might as well try it without first. Tempering. What do I want to have? Crowd control duration. Yeah. Can actually make some gems by now. Why not, right?
Are your hands clean? Look, but don't touch.
Good enough. Bring there. So let's see if the 8 mana per second is enough. Or if it still sucks. Yes, you can see, like, even though it's just 8 per second, it stacks together with the Fury Surge. So you end up having, like, enough mana. Not perfect, you know. I don't want to spend, like, too much time doing the gear at this point. Plus it also costs, like, a lot of resources I actually don't have. Really, can I just have one Cinder? Thanks. Yeah, so on this single target without mana rack, I have, like, it sucks a little bit. But we're gonna fix this before we go into pits. Oh, amulet. Another winter glass? So it's funny, like, other people, like, telling me, yeah, I've farmed, like, 80 Lord Zers and I haven't found a single winter glass yet. I'm, like, not even level 90 and I already found 2. Still not really like the mana I have here. Maybe I should change Asus boots. No, I don't want to change Asus boots because they have this nice little speed buff. Wonder if I should change So I would have to change the wand and focus and put the umbrella aspect on. That's like very, very strong also early. Because crowd controlling mobs like happens literally all the time. So you get a very, very good mana regeneration from that. Let's find the Blood Maiden to farm. I think they're at the upper Blood Maiden. Pick this rune real quick. Then we go... I don't even know if they're at the upper Blood Maiden. I know there's some people at the lower one. So let's check it again. It's a barb, that's a good sign, right? Yes, that is what I'm talking about. Insta-killing that. So I really think, like, for XP farming, this event is not the best. But you get, like, so many cinders. I wonder if there's anything I can do to get more mana. But at this point, only you can do avalanche, but you know, I feel like it's garbage. This is actually a good synergy. If I stand right here, I can do both events at the same time. I would go to the summon, but then I would have to leave the pillar. I really don't want to do that. Oh, that was an accident. Anyway, so now I can summon at least. Cannot even click these. Oh, it's active. It's like the overview here is like so bad. Like also like a vendor would be nice, like a vendor mount or something like that. Just that you can, you know, clean your inventory while you're having to do this. Because the amount of loot which is dropping here It's just insane. I really would love that you could just clear it out. Then you could pick up all the yellows and, you know, trash them. Maybe I should just stop picking up the normal items here.
Don't ruin all that work.
But I need like quite a bit of resources to do my pit push. I really don't know how much though. There you go again, loading screen of doom. Ugh, this game. Oh, please. Just end. This only just started recently, I feel like. A couple of weeks ago, maybe. I mean, I had it once in a while. But now it's like really terrible. Maybe it has something to do with the ETR client or something like that. I don't know. Freaking annoying. Can't even deal with it. I really don't understand how these loading screens even appear sometimes for so long. Just doesn't make any sense to me. Why is nobody killing the Blood Maiden? horrible. Wait, I'm gonna leave here. No point. So I have what, 560? It's like so little. I like these little events here. They're kind of cool. They spawn like quite a few mobs. I feel like they should do more of these things. I feel like they last too long. They should spawn their last wave a little earlier though. Right. Oh, another one. So really these non-blood maiden stuff build up the thread meter like much faster. I don't know why, but it is. Like it is. I don't even know what my seasonal perks are, if there's anything good. Probably not at this point. We can start turning in the cinders soon. I don't even know if it's a flat amount you need per area or if it like the chests are always different. I never actually looked at that. Probably the same amount of cinders you need for every area, every time. This guy. So some of these Hellborns are like so overtuned and other ones like literally do nothing. Okay, I want to go to the upper area now after this. They're turning in at the bottom. Okay, let's pick up the junk here. There should be like an auto salvage legendaries also. That would be fucking awesome. If you could just say, you know, all non-greater FX legendaries just auto salvage. But yeah, after this Helltide I would start Pit. He drops so much random summoning materials now. Kind of cool. Go there as well, god damn it. Maybe I go there first. $89. I guess when you reach Pit, it goes pretty fast to 100 actually. But the Mind Cage really helps a lot with the XP. Because you get the better level scaling now at Helltides. Oh nice, look at this guy. This used to be like a very hard boss at some point. I remember the first time I met this boss, even though I was level 100, it was like very, very hard. Don't you telestomp me. I don't understand these fires of corruption. I think they just spawn some random stuff when they die, but I didn't really fully understand them until now. Got it. Clicked that before. Kind of knew it, but I was too lazy to check.
How can I help?
It would be so nice. Finally masterworking the first tiers. That's going to be a very good experience. The Holy Bolts elixir is probably the best one, I feel like. I feel like it's better than the momentum. Wait, what? So, like, the events really don't matter so much anymore. They have, like, such a little mob density. Yeah, I feel like I like Holy Bolts actually most here. Even though my movement speed is terrible. Again, I'm like too slow. Like, I always am so slow with Helltides because I pick up too many items. And then I end up like not having enough time to basically get all the chests. What is this? Did the goblin just turn into like a pillar? I never seen that. These holy bolts elixir expire very fast though. It's kind of annoying. Also, the Hellborns, they used to drop better. I feel like they also, like the drop tables have kind of been nerfed. I don't even understand why. Because they're basically the hardest overworld mob existing. And they drop like 5 rares for whatever reason. So what do we have to do here? Demonic structures, collect. Let's do this. I'm gonna be level 90 after this. It's gonna be good enough for pits. I can probably push to like level 51. Was it 61? Yeah, 61. I feel like you also don't get enough of these bundled herbs. I'm always like low on them. I don't even know where they drop. I think they drop from Whisper caches only. And Legion events or whatever, but nobody would ever do Legion events, right? 6 minutes. Can probably still finish the stuff here. I really can't play Helltide for more than like 1.5 hours. Just is too annoying. I don't really like it. Now I get the loading screen again. Come on, I have 5 minutes to open 3 chests and now you give me the loading screen. Oh, god damn it. This is like so stupid. They should just do AFK Helltide. Just go somewhere and let mobs spawn around you so you don't have to move around. But yeah, now I'm stuck in a 2-minute loading screen once again. Oh, this was okay actually.
You can still use these.
But yeah, this is gonna be good enough to start pit so I can masterwork some gear. And then with masterwork gears I can do the nightmare dungeons very, very quick. Oh, now you give him another long loading screen? This is really... Oh. I don't think Blizzard likes me. It feels like I'm on an Asian server or something like that. Maybe everybody's playing Last Epoch. So Blizzard just has no servers. It's 2 minutes, really? God. Why does nobody want to kill the assassin here? There's literally like players everywhere and nobody fights him. He drops decent loot. See, you need boots. Right, so let's try to open some chests. Can probably still reach the bigger chest there. I don't think I can reach that one though. 33 seconds. Let's see. Oh, I hate this chest hunting at the very end. It should really just make you keep your cinders. Right. Close to level 90. Let me finish this event so I have actually level 90. I'm just gonna I'm probably just gonna switch to wand and focus. Not sure though, I have to see if I actually have a good wand and focus. I just think I want to do it because I want to run an extra aspect. Penitent Griefs. Cares about these. At this point, these are probably even better than Asus. My Asus are actually okay. Right. Let's go for the pit. The events actually give 10 angel breaths, which is pretty nice. So if you get the good events or the shorter events, it's not worse like a real big event though. again the loading screen? Like, I'm really tired of it at this point. Okay. Alright, so let's go somewhere to the tree here. Switch some gear and then go pits. God, these loading screens make me mad. Come on. Do it already. I don't know why I have these problems lately with the loading screens. It's absolutely horrible. Maybe I should just relock or something like that. Literally takes forever. Oh my god. I think I have to relock or something like that. This takes way too long. Turn this boy in. For some whatever chest plates. I could farm some. No, I'm not gonna farm bosses. The resummoning is not active. Can't do that. Good amulet here.
How can I help? Come back if you need the forge.
Alright, so what do we do? What is this chapter rewards anyway? Are these any good? Oh, lots of materials. Sacred items? They don't even adjust these. God. It's just ridiculous. Right. So what do we have here? Boosted chance to receive greater collection. Reputation, I don't care. Paragon Glyph XP, I don't care. Well, actually, they all don't matter. Wait, now. So sometimes you have to click them and sometimes you automatically get them. I don't really understand why. Okay. What is this? Scroll of Amnesia? Don't need that. Alright, so... Am I gonna play Want and Focus or am I gonna play stuff? I feel like... Well... Honestly, I'm probably gonna go with stuff. stuff for now. So mine is actually pretty much alright, but it doesn't have int, it doesn't have life. Wow, whatever. This one is pretty good. I'm gonna take this one here. Crit damage, max life, int. That's pretty much alright. Gonna lose a little bit of resource cost reduction here. But I actually want to play the aspect with the resources for now, so I'm gonna go for Wand and Focus. Or whatever. Then just go for weapons. Life on hit. Do I have any good one here? Don't have a single greater affix weapon. Well. So let's go for one with crit damage. Then we go for focus, greater affix, crit. Not too bad, right? So let's do these.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Oh, we don't have the crit damage in this yet, right? So we cannot temper crit damage. Oh, we don't want to do that anyway. We're gonna go for Frost. Just give me ice spikes, dude. Don't brick my weapon. Thanks. So we want to get Elemental Surge now because we have Tarasha. I don't even know if it's fixed in this, but... Poison. Right, Wand and Focus, there we go. So let's get some new gloves. I actually have two good ones, right? Well, actually I have attack speed and I have also a greater FX crit one, I believe. No, I only have an attack speed one. Let's go for the attack speed one. Nice. I don't even know if I want to go for stagger at this point. I'm probably still gonna go with crowd control duration. I think it's better for this build. I'm not 100% sure though. Okay. So then do I want to have another ring? This one has greater FX crit damage, resource cost reduction. This is actually already pretty good. Like I don't think I can ask for more. I'm just gonna enchant this one. And the amulet is also good. I just didn't have the resources to enchant it yet, but I can do that now. So we have chest with mana per second, which is nice. We have helmet with mana per second, which is nice. And we have pants with armor, crowd control duration. This is also pretty much alright. I don't see really any reason to replace that right now. So let's just enchant this ring here. Is it resource cost reduction? Yeah. So we want to have attack speed on this one here. This is going to be expensive. Like being unlucky while early enchanting is like so annoying. Look at this. This is already fucking I hate this game, man. And attack speed is not even heavily weighted. Can I just have crit, please? Nope, no crit for me. What is this? Dude, how can you be so goddamn unlucky? Like, this is really just ridiculous. Ah. Absolutely horrible. God, did I just waste all my money and I cannot imprint anymore? Please don't tell me. This one is the new one, right? Okay, at least I can enchant. Okay, so then we want to have glacial aspect on here. Then we want to have probably shredding blades. And now I don't have enough. uh Oh wait, umbrellas resource. Okay, so I need to sell some junk to have enough money to. Ah, god damn it. How do you even sell stuff? Well, these just give 40k.
Very good. Thank you.
This game makes me crazy. Should I just sell these useless winter glasses? I think they give more money.
The forge is always hot.
Yeah. So now at least I have the money to enchant my stuff here. Yeah, imprint. Okay, so this one then gets Asus Ferocity. Now I need gems. I'm pretty sure I don't have money for the gems either. Oh, these are actually cheap. Just 100k. Alright, this should be enough for pits. You get another glyph here. I cannot get enough attacks on this one here, I guess. So let's try to unleash, maybe. 20, 30, 30. Okay, I can get this one at least. Right. So let's see how we will do. Does pit actually give money? How much gold does a pit run give? Let's see. Oh shit, I wanted to reload. This is just level 100, right? So this is like, doesn't even matter. The good thing about the level 100 pit is, because you have movement speed after killing elite, and this is so easy, you're always gonna be like on full movement speed. really hope this gives any kind of attack speed. Any kind of gold reward. Shouldn't have enchanted all that stuff, really. I should just use unenchanted items for now. Just cost too much gold. Or at least stop after a couple of attempts. Like, I usually have so much gold, I don't even, like, notice that the enchanting just costs me a crap ton of gold. But if you only have, like, 20 million, it actually matters a lot. Yeah, versus bosses, I don't have the mana. It's normal. So it gives 82 gold. 82k. Oh, that's ridiculous. How can I get faster? So freaking slow. Maybe I should put this aspect moving away from frozen enemies. I think that will help. I mean, my boots just have 10% movement speed, which is like absolute dog shit. Oh, look at that. Greater Affix Amulet. Oh, Banish Lord Talisman. Oh dear. Wait, let me just... Do I have enough money to put an aspect? Obviously not. They should also do like... I feel like they should do more levels. So I know you can only get like +3. I feel like you should go to +10 maybe. If you like, you know, if doing it in like 2 minutes, you really should get more than +3. I think +10 would be a good amount there. Because this is really just doing it at a very, very low difficulty for no reason. Maybe they should just unlock it by default. Like, I don't see a reason even why you have to advance through those levels. Why not just unlock them? But I mean, early Blizzard is pretty cool for pits. Like, obviously you're gonna have mana problems in the very beginning with this build. So you have to play an aspect. You have to play aspect of the Umbral here. So, but that's gonna fix as soon as you start masterworking your gear. You get a little bit more of the mana per second rolls. It's gonna disappear. And the resource cost reduction and stuff like that. Like here you can see for the bosses. I'm just running out of mana super fast. But it's okay as long as you're in lower levels. Look at this, 6 mana per second. But it has garbage stats. But I might as well still use it. Who cares actually, right? Definitely helps. But I mean, as long as you are like fast enough. So the important part is you don't want to stay with these mobs for so long, because as soon as you're not attacking, your mana regeneration and your movement speed basically disappear. So you really want to just drop like 1 or 2 blizzards on these and move on. There's absolutely no reason to stay with these mobs, because they're gonna die anyway, they're not gonna drop loot. Maybe if you don't hit them properly like that, but... So the XP in Pit is definitely, like, it is... I know, like, people have been saying Nightmare Dungeons is faster, but I feel like it is not. I feel like Pit XP is really superior. Above Helltide and also above Nightmare Dungeon. It, like, really goes very fast, I feel like. In Nightmare Dungeons you have like so many objectives, you have the backtracking and everything. And in Pit you just go like straight forward and push through. The end of the Pit, the XP is not very good though. Should probably choose the mana regeneration passives for now. From Ice Armor. Because I'm really like suffering keeping my mana up at the boss. Could get prodigies, but yeah, that's stupid. Not gonna do that. Maybe I change some stuff in my skill tree. Unleash is also gonna help just a tiny bit, I guess. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So let's just add some more. What was I gonna do? Ice armor regeneration. And then let's just take another. Like I don't need the frozen orb damage at this point at all. Yeah, the Nightmare Dungeons and the events in Nightmare Dungeons are actually pretty good, but you also need to find them. So I never find these. I find like maybe 1 every like 6 dungeon or something like that. Wait, it's a mobility, right? Wait, is that a mobility aspect actually? Moving away from... Yeah, god damn it, it's a mobility aspect. I cannot use it with Asus. Wait, am I missing an aspect? I'm missing Tundra. I swear to god, I put that on here. Why is it not on there? Now I don't have the money to imprint it. Oh my god, this is so terrible. Where's the vendor? This gold cost is ridiculous. I think I enchanted it on the other gloves. I think that's what happened there. Okay. Let's go tier 13. Actually, I don't have the anti-venom elixir anymore. But this XP is gonna go so fast in pit. Really not so worried. And then after pit, I have to do nightmare dungeons. Just to level some glyphs. I really want more movement speed. This is too slow. I really not. I could go for the momentum elixir, I guess, but I only have like 2 of them, so it's not gonna last for very long. Holy boats, I got a bunch. But what I like about Blizzard is the playstyle. I really like that I just have to drop the Blizzards and can move on. That was like the old Frozen Orb. What I liked at the Frozen Orb PTR build, well, first of all, it was freaking strong, but the Conjurations would actually finish up the mobs. And that is a big problem of most Sorc build is that you cannot finish up the mob. So for example, Ball Lightning is doing very good damage, but it has significant weakness. You have to stand in the mobs and finish them off. They're not gonna die behind you. That's like a significant weakness of that build. Should maybe even spec the mana cost reduction on Flame Shield as well. So what do I upgrade first? Probably. So if you go to +8, this will jump 1 tier in Devouring Blaze. And this also has movement speed. My Asus boots are not that great, and my Tarasha ring is actually pretty good, but it doesn't really help me so much upgrading it at all. I don't even know what I want to upgrade at this point. I'm probably not going to upgrade anything. What was I going to do? Do I have skill points? I mean, you could get Frigid Breeze, but it doesn't really help. You really rarely, like, crit. You rarely get lucky hits. So this one here is still bugged, right? This one gives you, this one still gives you a mana cost reduction while Flame Shield is active. But I feel like it's not worth it, honestly. Just gonna continue. I don't think I have to farm like a single unique or anything to beat tier 100 pit with this. Like, even if I wouldn't have found the Tarasha ring, it's usually not a problem at all. It's just like, because this crit has, this build has like an extra 20% crit from ice spikes alone. Makes it just so strong. Getting this extra crit for free is like really, it's like pretty much the best, I think it's the best glyph Sorg has. Because 20% crit is just so goddamn strong. And you don't even need to level it. Obviously, if you level it, you get more damage, but without leveling, you can still get the full bonus for the 20% crit. It's still super easy at like tier 16 now. I don't know how the new scaling actually works with the pit tiers. I think they said they made it much easier on earlier levels. But I don't know how much easier actually. But this feels like very easy. But I don't even know if that patch... Yeah, that patch is live, I think, right? Weapon first. I don't know about weapon first because I'm not using the weapon tempers really. So I don't really have any benefit upgrading my weapon. Because I only have like the chance for, you know, poison damage on it, which doesn't really benefit from tempering. That's why I probably not temper my weapons. And also my weapons are dog shit. So I guess if I would have good weapons, I would probably do this. But at this point, probably the only item I'm gonna keep at this stage is probably my amulet. And if you get the amulet to tier 8, it jumps 1 tier in Devouring Blaze. So it's probably best to do the amulet first. I would do the Asus boots, but my Asus boots are pretty terrible. I have obols. Also, like, at this tier, it takes a lot of time to even get the materials for +4. Gamble, right? Let me just stash the greater affix stuff. And then, what items are shitty? My pants are okay. I guess I want to have weapons. Let's go for daggers. Oh, maximum life. Why not?
There's something. Too bad, friend. All finished, are you?
Cool. I don't know. I think, well, I mean, if, you know, in the end, the +4s doesn't really matter at all. Like, you can +4 shitty gear. Like, it's absolutely not a big deal. Because once we reach, like, the next level, we're gonna have the, what is it called, Optusite or whatever. We're gonna have way more than enough of those. But I want to go to, like, basically tier 100 as fast as possible. So I want to try to be as efficient as possible. And the most efficient for me would be movement speed, really, and cooldown reduction, obviously. So at some point you could run Ice Blades Enchant, but I feel like, you know, without cooldown, Ice Blades Enchant is really not gonna do anything. You can get it, yes, and it's gonna help you a little bit. But honestly, with Blizzard, especially because you don't have anything to trigger burning other than Frozen Orb enchantment and Lightning Spear. If you then use Ice Blades, then you're also gonna lose the burning from Lightning Spear during the dungeon. I know it's not a huge deal, but I feel like the impact is just so low. So really it comes down to get good boots with movement speed. I mean, I'm luckily having Asus, which gives me a bunch of crit chance. It's obviously great. But in a late game Blizzard build, you technically don't even need Asus because you get the 20% extra crit for the ice spikes. But I'm not gonna push this into very late game gear, right? So I will beat tier 100 with absolute dog shit gear. I will probably beat tier 100 with not even 4 out of 12 masterwork stuff. Just want to make the point how strong as an opener Blizzard actually is. So this gives 28 already. I think you need like 200 or so to upgrade. So I'm just doing the amulet now. Even though it's not even enchanted. Maybe I can hit the Devouring Blaze on there. Okay. Wow, oh, I don't have the freaking money. This is like so ridiculous. I need money. You can sell these materials for... These are actually giving you a little bit of money here. Like, this gives you 1 million, like the living steels. Like, what do I need the living steels for, really? I could just sell them for 1 million. I mean, I could sell them on Diablo.trade, I guess, but, you know. Whatever. They should really give you more gold reward in the pit, I feel like. But you know what? Maybe I can even beat tier 100 with this gear. I doubt it, but, you know, let's see. Yeah, you can. I mean, Blizzard is very good for pushing, actually. I mean, I want to see if I can push this, but I don't really have the materials. So I could go to my Eternal Sorg, where I actually have more materials to push. But I just want to, in general, see, you know, how fast this goes. Because obviously you can play a Barb and you will be faster, right? But I still feel like it's very, very good. Like, I have literally no glyphs and stuff like that. Like, I only have level 1 glyphs. I'm pretty sure I can easily push this to tier 100 with level 1 glyphs. But I always liked Blizzard Sorg pretty much the most. It was always the best opener build. It does very good damage. And it's super easy to make. So I really highly recommend like starting with Blizzard every single season. Like Firewall until like level 60, maybe 70. And then you just go for Blizzard. It works just great. Yeah, but with the new changes, you shouldn't actually need the immortality, right? Like, you can now just dodge the abilities, basically. Without major issues, I would say. I mean, I haven't even pushed pits since the bosses have been nerfed. But I wanted to try it before the season ends. I mean, the season's pretty much dead for me, but I still want to try... what I want to try is I want to try some tankier builds and see if I can actually face tank bosses. Stuff like that.
How shall I guide my hammer?
Alright, let's go. Look at that, I hit the fire resistance. Well, that's gonna become crit or attack speed, right? So that's not too bad, actually. Are you sure? You get one shot by the clones? I guess that's intended, that the shadow guys are gonna one shot you. But I feel like, you know, if they don't overlap, you can either flame shield them or you can dodge them. Like, I would say 70% of the clones are easy to dodge, and the other ones you can just flame shield or teleport. So I don't really see... I mean, I haven't tried it yet, but I feel like it should be possible to just, you know, play the mechanics. I mean, it's kind of a Blizzard thing, right? So they put the mechanics there so somebody actually plays them. And while they had the bosses overlapping, you know, they kind of enforced that nobody would play the mechanics. Because if you would be one-shot, then you couldn't play the mechanics, because if 3 overlap, you're gonna die at some point anyway. Or you're just gonna run around in the arena all the time actually doing no damage. And the other way around is you either can tank it because you have like a barb with 500k hit points, or immortal. So I feel like it's a good change that these don't overlap, so you actually don't have to play immortal. But I feel like with Blizzards it's also not so hard, because Blizzard is, from the visuals, it's easier to maintain. Because with Frozen Orb, for example, you don't see shit. Right? There's like Frozen Orbs anywhere, everywhere, explosions everywhere, you really don't see anything. And with Blizzard, you just have this concentrated Blizzard on the boss, which it's actually not so hard to see the mechanics on the ground. So, if you like pushing high pits, are you playing Frozen Tundra aspect with the ice spike radius, or are you fishing for big bosses? Because on a big boss model, you technically don't need the Frozen Tundra, I guess. And then you could use like another 30% damage aspect there. Do I get money from the seasonal journey? No, I'm just leveling at this point. So the only way, so I only did that because I don't really have good resource. Well, basically I did that because I found this Tal Rasha ring, right? If I wouldn't have this ring, I wouldn't do this. I just do it because I'm right now still playing the aspect of the Umbral, and I needed basically an extra slot for my Asus Ferocity. So that's the only reason why I switched this. If I wouldn't have the Tal Rasha ring at this point, I wouldn't have switched. But it really, I mean, it doesn't make such a huge difference. I would still be, if you're playing the build like on a budget, I would still prefer the stuff. Because it's just easier to masterwork and easier to temper. It just costs half masterworking materials. So, I mean, I would still always recommend the stuff. I just need to fix my mana regeneration. So once I have masterworked my my armor pieces, so the mana per second rolls get higher, then I will switch back to stuff, basically. But besides that, this is essentially the low-budget Blizzard build. The only difference is, right, the low-budget Blizzard build I made is still for, like, you know, level 100 with mana regeneration, so I'm playing an extra resource aspect right now. Because I have like really dog shit gear, and I'm like, as you can see, I'm like level 92, pushing into, what is this, tier 28 pits already. So I just want to level fast, basically, with this and get my masterworking materials. So I have a little bit of a different preference here right now. But I mean, this is still smashing. I really don't know how much they reduced the pit difficulty, though. Oh, look at that. Double unique. Another Tal Rusher. Yes, basically correct. Which is, you know, I mean, I'm lucky to have this, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm just getting the extra aspect slot through Want and Focus. Because, you know, if I would use the two-hander and then skip the Tal Rasha, I would obviously do way less damage than the way I'm doing it right now. So that's really the only reason there. Even though I don't even know if they bug fixed the forced Tal Rasha stack already or not. I can't remember if that was PTR patch notes or live patch notes. I think that bug fix is live. But I have to get some money. Well, they basically said at the lower levels they have a much. So they said it's much easier at the lower levels, but the impact like gets less and less, so less and less impactful at the higher levels. So that's where I feel like these lower levels like are pretty easy, right? I mean, I'm a level 92, like this is like a level 130 monster level. They don't do any damage and they die like in seconds. So I feel like this has been, the difficulty on this has been reduced, and I want to just see, you know, how far I can go with this without any Paragon until I hit like a brick wall. But because when I made the leveling guide, I mean, obviously I did it on the PTR, but I started pit at level 70, and I was easily pushing to like level 50 pits. And that was the very, very old pit, right? That was the pit which was probably double as hard. And it was actually no problem. And by the way, the deep freeze, why am I using deep freeze? Literally, I only use it to reset my ice armor and flame shield to get a little bit more mana regeneration. And it actually does quite good damage. Like, early, you can definitely use deep freeze. It's definitely not a bad skill. That was... I mean, I don't think these bosses would kill me. Oh, wow, look at that. Double great havocs. What is this loot luck? Look at this Tar Russia ring. I mean, it only has 11%, but this is pretty damn dope. What is with Tar Russia rings? I mean, honestly, I don't even know if, like, you know, 3% cooldown reduction, is that really better than 6% damage? You know, probably not, but who knows. I could probably even beat, like, tormented bosses right now. But yeah, I need to farm gold. That's annoying. I don't know how much gold Nightmare Dungeons gives. Crazy amulet. Like you have a double passive amulet, like Hoarfrost and Devouring Blaze. Like, I feel like double passive amulets are like so goddamn rare. Yeah, but I'm not gonna farm for a day. Like I just want to finish this. I really can't do it. I have to decide what I want to do with the rest of the season, because I wanted to try some builds. But I'm just playing on the seasonal realm right now because I wanted to finish my seasonal journey. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. But I don't know if I want to stay here. Gold bottleneck is like just so deep. Okay, so the bosses are starting to get a little bit more beefy at this point, I guess. So I guess it makes sense for me to farm the what is it, level 31 or so. I don't think I'm gonna reach level 61 with this without masterworking and stuff. But yeah, I need money. I need them monies. So I would probably go for tier 31. I think tier 31 farming is alright for a couple of ranks, and then I get some money for the nightmare dungeons. I mean, I could do the nightmare dungeons now, I guess. Well, in the final build, I don't use a resource aspect. That's the reason why I'm using want and focus. But exactly, in the final build, you don't need a resource aspect, so you still want to use this stuff. Like for very late game, you will want to use want and focus, but in the end, it just comes down to you don't need the weapon tempers, right? So since, for example, if you would need the weapon tempers, like for a chance to cast Frozen Orb twice or stuff like that, it would be different. But since in Blizzard you don't need the weapon temper, I would still always pretty much keep it as stuff. Especially like next season, stuff is gonna be much better because, you know, focus loses cooldown reduction. So you will see that next season a lot of builds are gonna transition into stuffs. Because really the only benefit you get from a focus is like, you know, 7% base cooldown reduction, or I think it's even 6. No, it's 7. And a little bit of crit chance, really. And the stuff makes up for that with like having superior additive stats. So really with the focus losing the cooldown reduction there, I feel like a lot of builds will transition. Especially in the early game, because in the early game it just makes perfect sense because you only have to masterwork one item and not two. And that's just, it matters. Like, it is so expensive to get like an item to 12 out of 12. And then the whole tempering and bricking story, it's just way better to do it with just one item than two. And then there's another important reason. So, focus has like So focus you're gonna enchant for cooldown reduction, right? This is gonna cost you like a lot of money. Focus you're gonna look for greater affixes on crit and stuff like that. So you will be way more picky when choosing your focus than when choosing your stuff. Because, you know, a stuff is actually not rare at all. Like, it always has a damage stat and intelligence, and then you can decide if you want to have life or not. And you will get, like, so many of those stuffs, you don't even care. And so you can brick those stuffs. You can go for the perfect tempers. You can go for, if you play Blizzard, you can go for, like, maximum ice spike damage, for example. While if you have a good focus, that thing is actually rare. So if you brick your focus, you're gonna be freaking out, right? And if you brick your stuff, you're gonna be, yeah, whatever, I'm just gonna take the next one because it's not even rare. So that's also something I keep in mind there. Is it the best for like the very, very late game? You know, probably not. Because I guess still in the end, what is going on with loot? I guess still in the end, wand and focus will be better damage-wise. Look, look at this one. So this is... I just have to sell this on Diablo.trade. This is like literally the most expensive stuff wand you can find. So this is gonna fix my goddamn money problems there. This stuff is probably like... This wand is probably like a couple of billion gold. It's like actually crazy. I've never found an item like that, and now I'm just leveling like a random tune on season where I don't even care. Like, and I get crazy drops all of a sudden. Doesn't make any sense. This is also pretty good actually. It just says +1, but this is not a bad amulet. Wait, so I have to sell my stuff here? So I can upgrade something.
Much thanks, friend.
Yep, that wand is sick. So do I want to keep enchanting? No, I want to keep upgrading stuff.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
So let's get my mana per second going here. So these go to +5 if you upgrade them once, basically. At least tempering is for free. Like, I don't get why, but... Does exchanging materials still cost gold?
Sure what ails you.
Okay, this is nothing.
A potent quantity indeed. Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Oh, look at this. 8 mana per second. So I guess at this point I can ditch the umbrella aspect. But yeah, that wand is crazy, actually. No, absolutely not dumb. Like, I mean, masterworking, really, I mean, the early masterworking, right? So, I started pits at level 90, right? So, there's absolutely nothing wrong about, you know, doing it later. You just basically want to look at what items do you have and what items do you think you're gonna keep for a little bit. Right, the 4 out of 12 I mean, if you have the gold, I wasted all my gold on enchanting, which was like extremely stupid. But the 4 out of 12 you can really do on every item, because that is not gonna matter. Like as soon as you get towards like level 100, those 4 out of 12, they are very, very inexpensive, right? And they give you a decent reward for their money. Then so as long as an item has the 3 stats you want, you can definitely 4 out of 12 it. With 8 out of 12, I would only do it with items you are basically sure you're gonna keep them for a little bit longer. So if you have a decent amulet with Devouring Blaze on, for example. Or if you have decent gloves with, you know, attack speed, crit, and int or something like that. So something you will be, you know, holding on for a little bit. But which is not, you know, you might still replace it in the late game or later. And 12 out of 12, I wouldn't even touch until you are like level 100 and, you know, decently geared, farmed your uniques. I wouldn't even bother going for the 12 out of 12. The 9 out of 12, though, gives you some extra skill points. So 9 out of 12 is basically your target rank for everything which has skills on it. So for example, if your amulet has +2 Devouring Blaze, it goes to +3 automatically at 9 out of 12. Or if you masterwork it, if you hit it once with a crit, it goes to +4 at 9 out of 12. So generally some items which have skill points on it, you want to go to 9 out of 12. But besides that, doing the 4 out of 12 on like your starting items, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Even if you're gonna replace them, you're gonna salvage them, you're gonna get the materials back anyway. So yeah, Angel Brass is crazy, right? Like, I mean, you can farm Helltide for a long time and you're gonna get the Angel Brass, but still, like, it's crazy. Okay, so these mechanics don't even hurt me at this point. Funny. What is going on? Another 2 greater epics. You get the... I get like crazy items here. So I'm probably tomorrow I'm just gonna put them on the trading website. But yeah, tier 37 takes too long. I think tier 31 is a good farm. But I would check Nightmare Dungeons in a minute, because I can do tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons probably, right? I have to check actually if I can do tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon already. Dodge doesn't happen on chess piece. Is that true? Oh dear. I made that mistake once. I don't even know where I did it, but I also I rolled like, I don't know, a shit ton of resources, and then I realized, wait a second, this cannot even roll. But the waiting on enchanting is just crazy. Like, I feel like they should just remove that. Like, I don't even know when they introduced that that waiting, right? I mean, 400 is not that bad. Come on, that's like 1 hour of farming. Or maybe 1.5. I mean, I spent like 3,000 angel brass on rerolling an amulet and didn't even get what I wanted. But they changed the waiting and they kind of sneaked that in. Before, if you would be enchanting, right, in Season 3, the waiting wasn't really there. Like, if you wanted to enchant for cooldown reduction, it was easy. You would just get the cooldown reduction, right? But then some point they put the waiting in. I think they did that in Season 4. And now if you want to enchant cooldown reduction, it's like literally next to impossible. And if you want to enchant skills, it's like absolutely impossible. And maybe the waiting had been in before, but they definitely changed it with the new itemization system. The old itemization system didn't have this heavy weighting on the stats you actually wanted, which is crazy, because it ends up that the new itemization system, outside of items which are already done when they drop, is actually worse than the old itemization system, because in the old itemization system you could roll the important guaranteed stat for like relatively, you know, little investment. And now it's literally impossible. Like, even if you find the perfect amulet, just rolling cooldown reduction on your perfect amulet might cost you like 200 to 500 million gold and 2 to 3,000 angel breaths, if you're like not lucky. And that's just crazy. I feel like they should just remove that garbage altogether. I really hate this enchanting system, that you should just be able to choose the stat. Like every other game, if you do enchanting or like crafting systems, you can just choose the goddamn stat you want. Like I don't see any reason randomizing that. It's like absolutely stupid. I hate it. And it's also for no reason, right? I mean, it's the last polish you give your item, and I don't really see any reason randomizing that. Just let me choose and call it a day. Oh, look at this blue rose garbage. Oh, let me try tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon. I have a tier 85. Let's start with tier 85. Wait, I need to put seasonal whatever things. There would be Nightmare. I already have it. Boost your reputation. Who cares? Let's try Nightmare Dungeon. Did I activate it? Yeah. Oh, this Nightmare Dungeons also make me crazy. Like, just give me a goddamn button to Nightmare Dungeon. Yeah. I feel like the randomness is hurting the game so much, and everybody is basically saying that the randomness is hurting the game so much. Like, literally nobody likes it. I mean, it's okay to have some kind of degree of randomness, but that should be the role of the stats. Like, make the stats variant higher. Make it, you know, now if it's 15 to 20, make it 10 to 20, and then there you have your random. Like, people are still gonna gamble for the perfect item if you just randomize what you get. But the result is, in the end, you know what, you're maybe just gonna end up with like 15 out of 20, but your item is not gonna be bricked, right? So you can get a new item and try to make a better one. But yeah, this randomness is making me crazy, man. Okay, this is tier 85. This is pretty much alright. Wonder how much glyph XP this gives. But yeah, I think I can definitely do tier 100. But that's what Nightmare just takes so goddamn long. Well, 7 times actually. So you can roll, basically if you're tempering, you can roll 6 times. So you can do 5, and so the first one is basically for free, and then you can do 5 extra ones. And then if you did 6 once, you can still do basically the 7th one. So you can choose then the last category. So basically you have 7 rolls, but you only have 6 rolls for a single stat, right? So let's say you want to have offensive, you actually have 6 tries, and then you can use your last 7th try basically on the other one. For this one here, yeah, I have a guide for this one in the description of this stream. It's like the low budget Blizzard build. So it's pretty much exactly the same I'm playing. Other than I'm just playing Wanton Focus right now because I already have a Tarasha ring, but besides that it's exactly the same. Come on, end it already. Oh wow. That was unexpected. I didn't expect the boss to spawn there, and I absolutely didn't expect that guy to one-shot me. Wow. That's an angry guy. That was really unexpected. Yeah, you exactly. Basically, you can have 6 tries on one, and then you have a single try on the other one. So it is basically like this, right? So the first temper on any affix group is free. So it doesn't matter how you distribute it. You can also put 3-1 on the one affix, 3-1 on the other one, and then you have still 2. So the first one is just for free, whatever group you choose. So the first offensive one is free, and the first weapon one, for example, is free. And then there is 5 additional ones in total. So basically you have 7 tries. But 1 try... Well, you have 7 tries, but 6 tries on, on the other one. Just every group has 1 free. I don't know. It's a little bit hard to explain. You can just look at it. If you take an item and you do the first temper, it would say there's 5 left. And then if you do another temper on the second category, so then you will see there's still 5 left. And then once you do the second temper in a certain temper category, you will see the number actually decreasing. Where's this other bloodstone though? I mean, Nightmare Dungeons give decent XP too, but it just takes forever. Man. Where's this bloodstone? I have been there. That was the event? Oh, there. Oh my god, what is this dungeon? This must have been like the worst Nightmare Dungeon I ever played. So, it depends if you can afford to lose that item. Because usually in early game, you should usually have enough weapons to temper on. So you can definitely try to go for ice spikes. If you don't have another item, just settle with cold damage. Because you know what? It's gonna be a difference. But if you're level 85, it's not gonna be a huge difference. So you just find another item, and try again. Yeah, this is huge. I don't even know I ever played this. I haven't really played any Nightmare Dungeons this season at all, but this one is crazy. Right, so you get 100k gold for this goddamn Nightmare Dungeon. Oh my god. What am I gonna do in control? But this gives decent XP at least. So getting your glyphs to level 15 is not that much of a pain, I guess. So I think I can do like tier 100s. I guess in the Nightmare Dungeon it really matters. Like you can take a little bit longer for the dungeon because, you know, all you want to have at the end is really the glyph XP.
Father bless. What do you need? Gonna park nicely.
Let's see. Can I actually get anything good here? Nope. Do we have anything interesting somewhere? Could get some vulnerable damage really here. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Who actually cares about this? Alright. Tempering. Masterworking. Oh, look at this. Crowd control duration. Oh. So let's craft the bigger Nightmare Dungeon sigil here. What do we have? Let's just see how hard these are. This one is a good one. This one I don't remember. It's just 93. Let's do this 98 one. I don't even know what it is, but we will see. At this point, I also need armor cap, but I think I have armor cap. I don't have resistance cap, though. I might have resistance cap as well. Let's see. Bolts, let's go. So this is 98 now. With my 94 ungeared Blizzard character, so let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, if you have a 2 greater affix, it definitely is. So really, if it's a good item, you know, I would... Honestly, if you have a 2 greater affix item, and you have 2 tries left, and you have cold damage, you know, I wouldn't brick that goddamn item. Because, you know what, chances are high you're not gonna get the ice spike damage. And so we're talking about 60% additive damage here, right? So this is probably gonna be like a, you know, somewhere around a 3 or 4% damage increase if you would have ice spike damage instead of cold damage. Also, keep in mind, with Blizzard, you want to have 1 cold damage temper on one of your gear pieces. So you can just make this your cold damage one, because for Frigid Breeze passive, Frigid Fate passive needs 300% cold damage to give you the 30% bonus. So you want to have one of these cold damage tempers anyway. So actually I would just keep that in that case. If it would just be a 1 greater affix item, which is not very rare, you know, you can probably just brick it. This is a little hard, actually, the 98 here. I mean, from the damage output, it's not very hard, but the mobs actually do damage to me. And my survivability is like shit. But imagine when this game only had Nightmare Dungeons, how terrible it was. Wow. I couldn't really dodge, I had no teleport. Did that change? That they have these horrible affixes? I feel like a mob couldn't get frozen and that fear stuff at the same time. But I might be wrong there as well. Just has been a long time since I actually played this. Oh, this dungeon is actually good. I like this dungeon. The good thing is Blizzard is actually benefiting from mobs having more HP. Because you're gonna get more of the movement speed after killing elite stuff. If they last longer, because usually you will always kill like elites. This is a stupid boss though. I really don't want to fight this in this high tier. Yes, it's alright. I need a second stagger phase though. I have no clue what happens if these explode. I think I never did that. So how much do we get now? 608. That's actually pretty dope. So which one do we want? Probably go with Elementalist. Oh, look at this boots. Give me new Asus. Nope. But it's a good flicker step, at least. Movement speed amulet. Dope. Pomp of the Saints. Stormbane's res. I don't want to play that. Complaining about nerfs to Barb. So, my take on that is actually I think it would be very, very good, but I don't think they're gonna do it because it's too much work. But I think an extra weapon slot, like the 200 weapon slot for Sorg, that would kind of... I mean, we would still need another 100% damage buff, but it would help with, you know, we don't have enough, you know, space for our aspects, which is very important. And stuff actually has very good stats for us. We don't have to, you know, sacrifice the focus. Like this whole decision stuff versus one focus, I feel like it's kind of unnecessary. So I think I like that idea actually to do that. I think it would be a huge step into balancing. Oh, corpse bow. But the problem is they're not gonna do it because they don't have the development power, I feel like, to do that. But I think it would be great. It doesn't really fit the class theme though, because you know with the Barb and the Rogue, right? You have like a skill which is using that weapon, and then another skill is using another weapon. But for Sorg, that doesn't really make any sense, right? So it would be clearly just like a stat stick. And I feel like that doesn't really fit the game design very well. Because you want to basically have a reason to have this stuff and not just make it a pure stat stick. So you would kind of have to rework the class to have a reason to have this second weapon. Not just add it for balancing issues, because they are not going to do that. If it doesn't fit like the overall game design, they're not going to add that. So you would kind of have to work it into the class somehow. Like something which happens with that second stuff. Maybe that second stuff will be, you know, your enchantment slot or something like that. Or you can imprint, like, Or you can imprint a stat on their second stuff, and that skill then is gonna activate whenever XYZ happens. Right? Then you would have a reason to have that second weapon, for example. Like an auto cast, for example. Like you could add a skill. For example, let's say you could add a defensive skill on that stuff, and it would just auto cast once every 15 seconds. Or you can add an offensive skill on that stuff, and it would just give you like a 30% chance to cast that skill whenever whenever you cast another skill. Or you could put a mobility stat on that stuff, and it would just, I don't even know what it would do. I feel like that would be a cool idea to add something like that. This is the first Gauntlet map, by the way. And then obviously, even with adding the third enchantment slot, I mean, it would be okay to add the third enchantment slot. But what will the third enchantment slot actually do for, like, Sorcs? Because you know what? Our enchantments are freaking weak. And most of them don't do really anything. So yes, adding the third enchantment slot, you could add basically... What would happen is you would add the Firebolt enchantment in every single build, right? And, not make it conditional in some other builds. So basically most of your builds will then be the following. Firebolt enchantment, Ice Blades enchantment, Frozen Orb enchantment. Because all the other enchantments are still garbage. So even if you would add that, we would just choose these 3 enchantments. Maybe you could choose, maybe some builds would do a Ball Lightning enchantment. But that's pretty much already it. Maybe you could sneak in a Firewall enchantment. But the other 90% of the enchantments are anyway completely useless in the way they work right now. So I really don't feel like adding a third enchantment slot will fix anything. Obviously, it's gonna give us a little bit more power, yes. But I cannot really think of any sick enchantment combination emerging out of those 3 enchantments other than, the 2 we have right now. If you want to make it endgame viable, the stats on the items change a little bit. I mean, that planner basically has 2 different tabs. One is the late game. So the late game, you can sneak in like unique items and stuff like that. But yeah, basically, it stays the same. The early one just doesn't use any masterworking, and the second one basically uses almost the same items but with masterworking. The difference is the items are gonna change to having attack speed, because in the budget version, these items, they don't really have attack speed because you don't really need that because you're gonna use Ace's Ferocity. So what changes then? The key passive changes, and we add basically masterworking. But besides that, yeah, it pretty much stays the same build. Actually goes pretty fast to level with this Lightmare dungeons here. I mean, level the glyphs. You probably only have to do like 10 Nightmare dungeons to have all your glyphs you need on level 15. And level 15 glyphs should honestly be enough to beat tier 100 pit. Oh, I hate the spike rats. What? Why? How did he pull me? Wow. So yeah, I really need some more survivability here. Oh god, elite spike rats. This is not gonna end well. Maybe this is a little bit too high of a Nightmare Dungeon here. I hate the rats so much. But it's not really for endgame, it's more for mid-game. You can add, so the only unique you can add there is, yeah, you can definitely add the Asus boots there. You don't really have to, but you can. So now it's not for late game, it's for mid game. I don't really have a late game Blizzard guide. But also like, even in late game, not so much actually changes. But I will take this tune and make it a late game Blizzard guide, I guess. Because I want to have one, because, you know, there's not going to be... you can still use this for Season 5, right? Because there's not going to be any changes to Blizzard for Season 5 anyway. You might change a key passive or something like that, but other than that, don't really expect anything to change. Like, the new items do not really affect Blizzard at all. So I really didn't put any uniques in there. Because you don't really need them. The only thing is really Asus boots. But it's really optional. I think I could change my aspect at this point, I would say. I can do a little bit more damage. Also my defensive aspects are like scuffed. I'm not even using Ever Living and stuff like that, so well, endgame is, yeah, pushing high level pits. Like I would say anything above tier 100 is endgame. No, they didn't nerf it. They just... Yeah, I mean, technically they nerfed it, but they gave it more stagger. So they removed 15% from the main aspect. That's really what they did. So you don't need 3 aspects. You wouldn't run the frost armor aspect. Oh. You would just run a damage aspect. So I guess technically, yes, it's a 15% nerf to Blizzard. That's true. For whatever reason, I don't even understand why they did that. Because it's great for the early game. Again, if you have the faster stagger, like the faster freeze with Blizzard, it really helps a lot. In the early game, I always also play the frost armor aspect, so the ice spikes freeze or chill basically. But for late game, obviously, it's just a 15% damage loss for like absolutely no reason. I really don't understand why they did that at all. Like there was really no need for that change, I feel like. And also these changes come like out of nothing, right? Like nobody even complains it, like nobody requests it. You won't find a single YouTube video about people complaining that the Blizzard should chill by default and stuff like that. And then out of nothing they make like these changes. And nobody understands really why. At least I don't understand why. Absolutely no clue how they even like think about, doing like any kind of nerf to Sorg. It's just like, I don't know. There's like absolutely no reason for doing so. Yeah, especially like the nerf with the frost armor, like nobody understands why. And they said it was an issue, but it wasn't an issue. It was clearly working as intended. So until now, I don't really understand why they did that. Do I really want to masterwork this one here? This is like completely terrible. Probably not. This ring is alright for masterworking though.
Speed of the pack.
Yeah, why nerf teleport? I don't get it either. Like it's very, very strange. Is it so impactful? Because, a bunch of people made like videos that their build wouldn't be working anymore. But is it really that bad? Like, can you, or I'm pretty sure you can still cast a Firewall inside a boss and it's still gonna hit that, right? Because the boss model will probably be big enough to catch the firebolts. But also, I don't understand why would they even like bug fix that? Like anybody cares like if the projectile actually passes through or not. Like nobody gives a damn. But Blizzard, they invest time and resources to fix stuff like that. Okay, so what else do we need? We probably want to get Flame Feeder, Exploit, Frostbite, nah. How about, let's go with Destruction here. Yeah. It's also not understandable to me. Not really, honestly. Like the affixes on the boot are not so important. Just make sure to keep your like. You don't even need shared misery. I feel like. I mean, I feel like shared misery is good, but I don't even have that aspect at this point. So I have completely scuffed defensive aspects. So you can probably even remove shared misery. I don't think it's like needed all that much. You probably just want to keep your defensive aspects and, don't really care about the boots. The only thing you lose is a little bit of mana regeneration, but as long as you have mana rec on helmet and chest piece, you should be alright. I mean, I really hope they give some buffs to Sorg before Season 5, because, That's gonna be like a really, really strong shitstorm if they don't. Like literally every content creator on the web made like a video about Sorc being like completely weak. So they kind of have to react. At least give some number buffing, right? Like buff some significant number buffing on like a lot of stuff. Wish this would drop more gold. I really need more gold. So there's a new armor cap, which is 9,230 armor, which is basically the maximum armor. So you will have the maximum damage reduction if you have that 9,230 armor. Which is something else which I find completely stupid. Because, you know, the game is full of a shitload of, you know, armor enhancing stats. But literally all you need to do is have one single armor roll on your gear with a greater affix or masterwork it once. And you will be at the armor cap. So I don't really understand why they did that either. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, it would make sense if the cap would be higher, like somewhere around 12k, I would say. I feel like the 15,000 whatever is a little high, but 12k would probably be a good value, so you would at least consider investing into armor. Right now, they basically just removed armor out of the game. They just made it a, you know, mandatory 9,300, which everybody is gonna reach without any problems, except for the casual Andy, because the casual Andy is not gonna know. So he's probably still gonna sitting at 5k armor and gonna die all the time, because the game doesn't actually tell you. Well, it tells you in the tooltip, but it doesn't tell you the maximum value, I believe, right? It just tells you... Okay, it tells you actually 9,230 armor is required. They added that tooltip. But I still feel it's weird. I don't really... I like the percentage values better. Like other games call it physical resistance, right? And then you have, you know, 75% physical resistance and you're maxed out. I feel like that's a better approach than making it a flat armor number, which then translates into physical resistance. But it makes like so much stuff obsolete, like all the Juggernaut's aspect. Like nobody's ever gonna play Juggernaut's aspect, so they just made Juggernaut's aspect in season 3, and then, you know, just one season later they decide, oh, you know what? Everybody liked Juggernaut's aspect. You know, it was a pretty good aspect for armor, but it also had a downside. So it's actually like an item, like something which is seemed very well. Let's just remove it from the game, basically, because, you know, we just make a random armor cap now. It's like, also like something I didn't really understand why they did that. I guess nobody understands why they do all the random stuff, really. Like, so it takes like 2 Nightmare Dungeons to level Glyph to 15. Not that bad, actually. Also, Nightmare Dungeons actually do drop okay loot, I feel like. I mean, obviously they don't drop even remotely as much loot as Helltide. But you still get, like, decent amount, I feel like. Not that bad, actually. I really hope they fix it with the expansion. Yeah, I really I absolutely hate this theme that certain stuff only, you know, is obtained through certain abilities, and Blizzard kind of forces you into playing all kinds of content because they exist. I really hate that system because I want to play the content I enjoy most. I don't want to be forced to play Helltide if I don't like Helltide. I don't want to be forced to play Nightmare Dungeons if I don't like Nightmare Dungeons. I don't want to be forced, right? I feel like all materials should just drop everywhere. You know, except for the masterworking materials. I guess that is okay. That they only drop from the pit. Because, you know, it kind of matches the overall, like, theme, right? The pit is the highest tier content, and masterworking is required to do the highest tier content. So I feel like it's alright that only the pit drops that content. But other than that, I feel just all resources should just drop everywhere. I don't see a reason forcing people into Helltides and stuff like that. Also, no other games don't really do that. Except also, most other games have trading, so you can just trade your resources. Like the Path of Exile way, you know, for example, certain materials only drop, for example, like in Delve, certain stuff only drops in Delve, but you can still just trade for it. So if you don't want to play Delve, you can just, you know, play something else and just trade. And I really like that system so much more than forcing me to do different abilities, different activities. No, it's just random, like, drops for, like, the greater affix is just completely random. Like, every mob, I don't think there's any weighting in greater affix drops at all. I think it's just completely random. And if there's a weighting, it's not noticeable. So the fastest way to obtain gear would always be Helltide. Like, you get the most amount of legendary items in Helltide. Period. Like, by far. By, like, at least 3 times over any other ability. And while doing that, you also get, like, the, you know, your rune shards you need for the pit. And you get your angel breath you need for enchanting. So overall, if you want to farm stuff, Helltide is definitely the best for farming materials and gear. I mean, kind of, I would say yes. Salvage everything which doesn't have a greater affix on it. Or if you need money, you can also sell it. Like, I'm selling it right now because I need the money. I mean, I would look at amulets, because amulets technically don't need to have a greater affix to be very valuable. But all the other stuff, I would just sell. I wouldn't look at it. I mean, the sell all button is coming in the next thing. But yeah, salvaging is the fastest one, obviously. Obviously, if you see this little aspect item here, this is gonna buff an aspect, so you want to salvage that. But beside that, you can either go salvage or sell. Like, it's absolutely fine. But I wouldn't collect. So at a certain point, I wouldn't collect anything which doesn't have greater affixes unless you're like dead broke. And you know, when I leave this nightmare dungeons, I can just sell that gear anyway. But really not worth keeping non-greater FX stuff at this point. Alright, let's go for Flame Feeder or Exploit. Let's start with Flame Feeder, I would say. And my bloated inventory. I think I can do another board. Check this real quick. $18, that should be enough. Is it enough? Sure. Oh, I didn't even use Elemental Summoner. Icefall is a close with. But I have to say it's like kind of fun doing the leveling with this kind of XP. I mean, I'm already hitting for like 600k. It's like actually not that bad at this stage of the game. No, I might make an endgame version for this actually. I have to see if it's viable because I don't want to make any more immortal builds. But I wouldn't switch to Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb is very, very high from the entry requirement. I will definitely make an endgame version of this. Because I want to have some basic build guides, which you can use basically for every season. And Blizzard is one of them, because it literally doesn't change. Like, some minor details will change from season to season, but it's not really nothing major. Same with, like, Frozen Orb doesn't really change season to season. Like, that build is pretty much fixed. Obviously, like, if they add seasonal mechanics, you know, you just add the seasonal mechanics on top of it. But the base build is pretty much always going to stay the same. Obviously, we're going to get Chain Lightning. Like, all the Lightning builds are majorly changing next season. That's why I'm not doing any more Lightning stuff right now. Because they're all gonna get the lightning spear aspect, and they're gonna change like heavily into crit damage. But the other builds feel like unaffected. I don't think Hydra is gonna be a build unless they majorly buff it. Also, again, I wanna explore the bug on attack speed on Hydra. I feel like Hydras do not get attack speed bonus at all, so that basically makes an Hydra build unplayable anyway. Like this shrine event is pretty cool actually. Doesn't give all that much XP though. But it looks cool at least. All Sorc builds can do 100 hits. I think Firebolt is probably one of the slower builds. I mean, except you play it with like, you know, Frosty Strides and Teleport and stuff like that. Like, for level 100, pretty much all Sorc builds will get it done in less than 2 minutes without major issues. Ball Lightning is fine. Blizzard is fine. Frozen Orb is fine. You can even do Meteor if you really want to play it. It's gonna be fine. And there's definitely speed farming builds with, you know, teleport, damage, frosty strides and stuff like that. So, but I would just say like Sorc is not really in a good farming state right now. So if you really want to like, you know, go into like farming with Sorc at this point, I would say you're a little late to the party. Because, you know, this season is pretty much over. Like, we have less than a month left. So I guess, I mean, you can try it out, but you need to invest a lot into gear to make your Sorc viable for, like, endgame. And if you play any other class, you basically need no gear at all. So it's kind of the story here with, you know, starting late. But I would say like the most solid build for like Blizzard is very easy to do tier 101. Frozen Orb is easy to do it, but it needs significantly more gear than Blizzard. And Ball Lightning is pretty much same than Blizzard. It doesn't really need crazy gear. Where's my Nightmare Dungeon? Did I activate this? Yeah. So I cannot see the goddamn dungeon for whatever reason. Huh? Is this a bug? Oh, there it is. For some reason, it doesn't show the tool. Oh, there it is. The tooltip is bugged. Look at this. This is the Nightmare Dungeon tooltip here. No, it's not. So it has no tooltip for whatever reason. Strange. Is it... Well, without greater affixes, Frozen Orb lacks attack speed. So, to make Frozen Orb really good, you need greater affix attack speed. Because it really scales with attack speed because of the number of conjurations you get out. So I would say if you don't have any greater affixes, Blizzard is going to be significantly superior. Like far, far superior over Frozen Orb. Like Frozen Orb without greater affixes is really a pain. And it also forces you into playing that Winterglass amulet, which is absolutely horrible. Because that amulet just has terrible stats. And in Blizzard you have the big advantage, you can play a regular amulet. And you know, if you masterwork your regular amulet to 8 out of 12, you can get +6 Devouring Blaze, for example, on it. Which is just so much superior. And you need a good Winterglass also, right? You cannot use just any Winterglass. You need high chance to spawn. And best you even need a greater affix on cooldown reduction. So I really feel like Frozen Orb you need kind of like good gear. So if you're level 80, like, you don't even try playing Frozen Orb before you're level 100. So I really would recommend, if you want to play Frozen Orb, right? You're gonna play Blizzard until you have the required gear. And then you need at least, like, somewhere around 5 to 10,000 Ness Iron. So you really need to farm a shitload of Ness Iron just to upgrade your items to 12 out of 12 and hit the proper masterworking stuff. Because really with Frozen Orb you need to hit like certain affixes twice. Like for example the cooldown reduction ones. You kind of need those. Without cooldown reduction the build like is just super clunky. Especially if you want to play the Immortal version. Like the Immortal version is like crazy expensive. Yeah, you literally need to hit with masterworking 2 times a specific affix on every single gear piece. There's not a single gear piece where you don't have to hit 2 out of 3 masterworking. And with Blizzard it's completely different. Like it literally doesn't matter what you hit. I mean obviously it's better if you hit the good stuff, but you absolutely don't have to. With Frozen Orb, you need to hit Flame Shield durations on your armor pieces. You need to hit exactly 1 time Conjuration Mastery on your Amulet, and the other hit is probably going to be cooldown reduction. Then on your Talrasha Ring, you need to hit cooldown reduction twice. On your helmet, first of all, you need Shaco. Without Shaco, don't even play Frozen Orb. It's another thing I forgot, right? Blizzard, you don't need Shaco, so you don't need an uber unique helmet. With Frozen Orb, don't even... I mean, you can play it without the Shaco, the Harlequin's Crest, but I wouldn't do it. Like, it's significantly weaker. So you need that one as well. Then you need to masterwork that Harlequin Crest and again hit cooldown reduction twice. Then on your focus, same story. You need to hit cooldown reduction once or twice. And then on the other hits, you need to hit chance to extra cast Frozen Orb. You need to hit it twice or better 3 times. So really... like, Frozen Orb is not beginner friendly. Like, you really need a lot of stuff to make it work. So if you're really level 80 and you're starting right now and you don't want to spend, like, another 50 to 100 hours gearing your Frozen Orb sword, do yourself a favor and stay with Blizzard. That's what I would say. Like, a lot of content creators are showing you those builds. I mean, there's exceptions to them, but a lot are showing you those builds. And then they just, you know... But they don't say that it's actually a heavy investment speccing into that build. And I feel like it's important if you play a game, in the beginning, you want to know how much time you need to invest. Because, you know, you only have so much time. You have a job, like, you know, you might have a wife, you might have kids or whatever. So there's only, like, you know, so many hours in a week you can play. And then you have, you know, some players can play 10 hours in a week. Others play 5 hours in a week. And obviously there's players which play 40 hours in a week or something like that. And I feel like you want to choose a build which matches your time investment. Because you're not going to enjoy the game if you choose a build which is like way too high of a requirement for your time investment. And then you're just going to have a bad time. And, you know, in the end, you're not going to enjoy your time while playing. And that's probably the worst thing which can happen. even though you might not have the perfect build, as long as you can enjoy your time playing, you really didn't make anything wrong. But if you try to chase like a Frozen Orb build, even though it looks cool and you like the fantasy, but you literally have no chance of finishing that build because you just don't have the time to invest, then in the end you're just gonna lose. And I always want to be transparent, like if I make these builds which have uber uniques and stuff like that, or mythical uniques or whatever they're called right now, that you basically know what you want to get into when you build into that. Wow, that timing was like so perfect of that Blood Bishop. I hate this boss. This is like such a horrible boss for Blizzard, because it keeps running backwards and running away. This Blizzard build can reach level 100 easily. I mean, I didn't say that the Blizzard build can reach pit tier 75. Also, like, the very early version, but the Masterwork version can go much beyond. But you also have to take into account the time that guide was made. Like, the pit was way harder. Like, level 70 pit or level 75 pit now is pretty much the same than level, 95 or something like that. So they really majorly changed the difficulty on pit levels. We want to start like putting useful glyphs in somewhere, at least at this point, I guess. Let's see what we have here. We don't want this anymore, so let's start getting a little bit serious here. One still has this, okay, so do Elementalist here. Good, right? Elementalist here. Then we have a Destruction for Dexterity. Put it here. But I wish there was a goddamn respec mode on this. Okay. Good. You don't need this. How about we do this? Okay, what else do we have here? Name feeder. Looks good. And then we still have exploit. Let's put exploit here. Even though we cannot fully feed it yet. That looks good. Ice Shard's Frozen Orb. Probably not. The enchantment slot doesn't really fit anymore. Problem is with Frozen Orb, you're currently forced into certain enchantments, which you really can't change. You're well, without the Immortal, you're actually not so much forced anymore. But with playing Immortal, you kind of cannot choose. For next season, well, there's actually some synergy with Ice Shards again. But Ice Shards has a huge problem. It has no boss damage. And that's actually a huge issue for that build. Which I don't think there's any way of like efficiently solving. But I kind of always I like Ice Shards basically. I think Ice Shards is actually cool. The extra projectiles on Ice Shards are also kind of cool. Like I think Ice Shards is a solid build, but it will never push into high tiers because it just lacks so much boss damage. And that's actually the same with Frozen Orb, also lacks boss damage like crazy. Currently, the only build outside of Firebolt, which doesn't lack boss damage, is really Blizzard. Because you basically count the damage per cast, right? So how much damage per cast can you actually do? So one Blizzard spawns 20 Ice Spikes, and each Ice Spike does like, you know, let's make it 4 million damage in a late game build. So casting one Blizzard basically does 80 million damage. So casting one Frozen Orb actually does 4 million damage or something like that. But it has all the conjuration synergy and stuff like that. But obviously Frozen Orb does the damage much faster than Blizzard because Blizzard needs to ramp up. But in the end, Blizzard is a very good boss killer because you have this very high damage per cast. And that is by far the highest damage. Like Ball Lightning, for example, also has a relatively high boss damage. Ball Lightning has like two advantages. Ball Lightning has very high attack speed frames. So Ball Lightning naturally has almost double the attack speed of, for example, Blizzard or Frozen Orb. And Ball Lightning also hits like for, you know, probably like somewhere around 20 million damage if you count all the hits together. So it also has a very high damage output per cast. And that is what Ice Shards actually does not have. Ice Shards has a very low damage output per cast, but it's really good if you play like the Ice Shards enchantment and, you know, the Ice Shards like ricochet from one mob to another, which makes it great for AoE clearing, but all that you're not gonna have on a boss. So that's my biggest problem there with Ice Shards. It would also help to just, you know, greatly increase the HP in the dungeon and greatly decrease the HP of the bosses. Because, you know, then all the, you know, non-single target damaging builds would become much more viable. And I feel like right now the balancing is stupid. Because the dungeon basically takes 1 minute and the boss takes 10. And the balancing is just stupid because there's so many builds not having proper boss damage. It would be way better than just try to balance it 50-50. You know, 50% is the dungeon, 50 is the boss. Or maybe even 30% is the dungeon, 70% is the boss. And then all the builds could basically enjoy the pit. So you could build like the crowd control builds, you could build all the builds which are great in AoE. And then yes, you have less boss damage, but you know, you make it through the dungeon faster and then take longer for the boss, so it evens out in the end. But right now you have the story that if you don't have boss damage, you cannot even play because you're just gonna, you know, take 10 minutes for the boss. And also, like, your fingers are gonna hurt if you have to smash one button for 10 minutes for, like, 1 hour straight. So I feel like that balancing is, like, really, really off. And also, for whatever reason, they refuse to fix that. Like, they do, like, small adjustments. Like, you know, they make the boss 10% or 20% easier. But, you know, I feel like they would have to majorly change that balance. Like, for example, in Abattoir of Zir, which is basically probably the same core system than the pit is right now. Like, the whole scaling and stuff like that, that seems to be the same than Abattoir of Zir was. I feel like they just took Abattoir of Zir and, you know, kind of recycled that into, like, the pit. And And there you had exactly the same story, right? You had the dungeon and it took like, you know, probably maybe a little bit more than half of the time. And then you had the boss, which was taking the other half of the time. And that was a way better system because, you know, every single build could actually participate. And I feel like that was way better, like the system we have right now. You have gold? I have 5 million. Wow. I really would love that if Ice Shards would become a viable build. Because, you know, Ice Shards was actually the strongest sorcerer build in, like, Season 0. And I really like the build. I feel like it plays cool. Like, this whole machine gunning Ice Shard story. It looks cool. It plays cool. Unfortunately, it does no damage. Like in the early days, like the build to clear the second capstone dungeon, for example, would be Ice Shards. Because Ice Shards would have a very, very high damage output. Now Ice Shards probably has like the lowest damage output of all Sorc abilities, somewhere around that. Yeah, I think it's time to change my resource aspect here. I don't think I need it anymore.
Need something blessed? Cursed, perhaps?
Let's go for something with damage. I have shredding blades, right? Actually, let's go for control. I like control. I would like to see trading. Like, really, like, trading is my number one. New Paragon boards. New skills, obviously. There will probably be one more new skill. I don't think there's gonna be a complete rework. I think they probably just add, like, you know, maybe, you know, a little bit to the skill tree. I would like to, you know, add them a little bit more depth to the skill tree. Like, not only having like this 2 choices behind every skill. I would like them to add like 2 more, like, so you have like 4 choices per skill or something like that. And then, yeah, really Paragon boards and trading. I don't even want more. Like, I would be crazy if they add rune words, but, you know, that would be like, I don't think they're gonna do. But I guess it's gonna be like a complete surprise But trading would be the most anticipated for me, at least. And new Paragon boards, the second one definitely. Because Paragon boards are dog shit the way they are right now. I feel like the Paragon boards, like not just designing new boards, I feel like it kind of needs more. You need more variety. We need more boards so we can actually make build-defining choices there. That's what I'm missing. Because right now all the builds are using exactly the same Paragon boards. And you know, the only thing what changes is the glyphs they use. But the boards are always going to be the same one. It's always going to be the boards which are having the shortest way to get another glyph. And the legendaries, most of them are completely useless. So I really would like them to do a major rework on those. Which I hope they're gonna do that. But, you know, my feeling is they're just gonna add some more. My feeling is they're just gonna add like 2 or 3 more Paragon boards and call it a day. That's kind of my expectation there. But rune words would be sick. I think everybody would be freaking out if they added rune words. Because that is just the best system ever developed in a game, I feel like. The rune word system from Diablo 2 is just such an awesome feature. Like, it automatically adds economy to a game because, you know, the economy changes to runes. So runes are always going to be the equivalent for items. It's not going to be gold anymore. And that is a stable economy, actually, because the runes don't suffer inflation so much. Because the borders won't have so much access to them. And the rune word system itself was just great. Like, the rune words were greatly balanced. Like, if you have a rune word which is really, really expensive but really, really strong, like Enigma, for example, which, you know, if you would not trade, it would take you probably like 1,000 hours to farm your Enigma. But on the way there, you're actually making progress, right? Like, you're finding the runes, you're upgrading, you can trade into, like, you know, if you find a great items, you can trade it into a rune. And maybe if you get 10 of those runes, you can trade it for, you know, for one of the runes you need. Like, it was just such a nice progression system. And I would really love that system. And they already created it. Right, they don't need to make the lore or everything. They already have the system. Obviously, they gotta design new rune words. But the system itself, like, they don't need to invent it. They already invented it. And that would probably be the best which could happen to this game. Because it gives you, like, so much more incentives to farm for loot. Because the runes will be... You know, you're farming a boss to find, like, a greater affix, winter glass or whatever. And you know what? You're not gonna find it in 100 runs. But you know what? You're gonna find a couple of runes. And no matter what you're doing, you're always gonna be finding those runes, which are going to be tradable, which are going to advance your progression. No matter what you're doing. And that's what I really like so much about the runes. That you just get them without target farming them. And, you know, whenever you drop, like, a good rune, like, you're just, you know, it's just like a happy moment. You're like, oh, yeah, I just dropped, like, this little high rune, and you know, okay, this is worth a good amount. I can trade this in for, like, 500 million gold or whatever, and then I can do, like, some enchanting. So, really, really great system. And it would actually perfectly fit into D4. Because the way that farming in D4 is, it would totally fit. Because we are actually doing, like, all these target farming activities. And it's very frustrating if your target farming activities don't result you whatever you're farming for. But in the end, you know, you might still get some nice rune drops. Okay, so what else do we need? Tactician, right? Yeah, Tactician and Winter is the last ones we need. What skill would I like to see for a comeback? I don't know. Definitely multi-shot. Like, I don't even know what it was called. I don't think it was called multi-shot. Look at this. I'm like perma-frozen. What is this? Um, was it called multi-shot? I don't even know. Like the Amazon ability where you have like the Boazon ability. Definitely that. On a Sorg, what would I like to see come back on a Sorg? Honestly, static field, because that would fix the boss problem. That would be awesome. But then it's gonna be Nova. Absolutely Nova anytime. Nova's just such a cool ability. And what would I like to see for Barb? I guess Barb is exactly the same like it has been in like other games. Really don't need to see anything there. And for Druid, I like the elemental druid, like the what was it called? Firestorm. I would like to see Firestorm druid actually. Familiar? Well, that is like the most boring ability because it's just a number buff, right? um No, it's gotta be Nova, man. Like Nova is gonna be such an iconic Sorc ability.
Anything else?
Glacial Spike is also a pretty cool Sorc ability. um, but that would be like, yeah, we're bringing that back. Oh yeah, nice. I have like a an orange dot floating around me, and it's gonna give me 15% extra damage. Like that's the best ability you can bring back, right? Oh, bring freaking Archon back, right? Give me like power. This is actually already like a pretty solid Paragon here. Right, 97. It's not 100, but yeah, good enough for one day, I guess. The next session I can push it to like tier 100 easy. Just need to farm one more glyph to 15. And well, two more glyphs to 15, so 5 more nightmare dungeons or something like that. And then I can go for tier 100. Gotta sell. I'm gonna show you the item one more time. Look at this. Is it? Look at this bad boy. Jesus Christ. And it even has crit damage. Like it's the best stat even. Doesn't even have vulnerable, it really has crit. So there's literally doesn't no better wand exists. The best existing wand possible. Unless somebody wants max life, but nobody wants max life in season 4. But yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I don't have any materials anymore. I guess I could have a decent amount of materials at this point. Yeah, you could just remove the enchant system from the game and just replace it by 3 legendary aspects, basically, right? I really like to tie the enchant system to a second weapon slot. Kind of give a second weapon slot with the 200 stuff, and then you enchant on that 200 stuff, kind of. And that 200 stuff is then auto casting your stuff or something like that. That would be cool. But they're not gonna do something like that. Anyway, I'm done for today. See you around.